Oh, right. I forgot to do this. There you go. Yo, Tel, what's up? There you go. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm a little bit too far. Okay. That was shitty. I could only dream for this kind of RNG. Holy fuck. It's, super nut. Yeah, it's doable. Oh. Right. I just generally don't do it. Yep. Okay. Linear seems fine. I generally don't go for Super Nut. Giga Nut, it can be... Same thing, it can be done, but, usually not. It's not, not quite... Not quite cooked yet. Hello, person whose name is impossible to pronounce. What the fuck? I thought I avoided the cutscene trigger. Huh. Yeah, I found out how to make this save file on Friday, I think. There we go. Now I should have avoided it. I'm gonna double check to see if this is actually, like, something I should go for. Probably not. Okay. Hold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug. Yeah, I honestly just felt like doing any percent, and potentially I'll try to go for a PB. Depends on how well it goes. Yo, tropitef. Oops. That's a possible thing that can happen during a run. Good. What I want. Neat, double neat, triple neat. Meh. I'll just do some runs, I guess. Rather than doing it this way. I'll lift up. There we go. Now it's easier for me to see the game. Come on. Thanks for good luck, Vice City. Oof. Last time I was doing any percent, I was doing it under input lag. So it's gonna take me a bit to get fully used to playing this way. You know what? I'm gonna check this real quick. Okay, I can do it. How's the movement? I'm gonna reset. Okay. I do prefer Twitch over YouTube, but if you prefer YouTube over Twitch, it's perfectly fine for me. Vice City? I don't think anybody's gonna get that joke except for me. What the fuck? Give me a couple attempts to get used to the input lag and I'll be good. Right as rain. Tomorrow is the start of the new semester. I have a lot of I need to prepare like a motherfucker. Come on, grab the nut. Damn it, Crash. Okay. Game is just gonna do weird shit, I guess. No, this isn't 360. This is OG Xbox. Yo Hatake. If this were 360, you would see a lot of lag. Oh, come on, you bitch. Okay, I'm not close enough to actually do that. Yeah, 360 emulation is really bad for this game. It's not that it's unviable, but it is generally pretty bad. That's one of the reasons why, it's one of the couple of reasons why nobody ever really ran Xbox. And anybody that started on Xbox switched over to PS2. I was no exception to that because this is actually my original copy of the game, the one that I had in my childhood. I learned on this copy. Well, I mean, I copied it to my hard drive, yeah, but it's based off of my copy that I had in childhood. Oh, come on, you fucking bitch. I forget how to time that correctly. I would like to figure out a way to do Giganut every time, because it would just be a, it would be a huge, it would be huge. Because there's not that much to Giganut. It's fairly easy, it's just inconsistent. Or at least too precise to be consistent, but it's not necessarily difficult to pull off. Still not worth the resets. That's 3 seconds of time loss. I'll probably get actually a 128. No, I might even get a 127. Oh, now it's a 128 for sure. That movement was not very good. I couldn't tell where the hell he was going. That's 3 seconds of time loss. Over PB. I think PB had a 124. Okay, Thumb. Why were you off in that direction? That's a second of time loss. Oh yeah, this isn't good at all. Yeah, you could still barely make that if you're on the wire thing. That was a slow teleport. Nah, let's try. Let's try, see what happens. I didn't make it. Damn it.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is
I'm 6 seconds behind PB. I mean, technically PB is actually still possible, but incredibly unlikely. I would need to have perfect RNG and I would need to get ball glitch. But it would also be absolutely hilarious if I just nail this the first time I'm in Antagony after 20 minutes of starting the stream. With a run as crappy as this. Nailed the new strat. TP by 1 second. That would be hilarious. Got this correct at least. I made a lot of movement mistakes in Antagony in my PB. I think I actually saved like somewhere between probably like 3 seconds or so. Come on. Fuck me. That was good RNG. Lost everything. Yeah, mister, but I don't want to commit to Hundo right now. TV's probably impossible. Probably. I think I'm like 5 seconds behind right now. Thanks for the good luck. I gotta go left side. Left side allows the pattern of that ant jumping immediately. Right side, you pretty much never get that pattern. School starting again. Yeah. Oh shit. Crash went the wrong way. That was like second frame. And that was reset. Unknown? What do you mean unknown? Why was I tagged in the Twins Discord? Wow. To eat at restaurants without worrying about teenagers making your food. Oh, that wasn't the fault of an airwalk. I just jumped too late. That's what happened. Okay, Giganut it is. What's this? Any percent. And Giganut almost worked. Long name. He's from the United States. In the United States, that's a really common. In Europe, it's not as common. Or in other parts of the world. In the United States, very, very common. Except during times where there's school. Because, well, teenagers are at school. But a lot of teenagers go to fast food places. All the time. Might be different in your country. It's not child labor if they're 16 or 17. Chick-fil-A at 4:30, yeah. Hey Abdo, thanks for the good luck. Alright, here we go. This is decent. This might be a high 124. That's what it looks like, high 24. High 124. Only half a second, that's actually good. The difference having no input lag makes is insane. Oh shit. I'm gonna lose probably about another half second or something. No, it's gonna be a full second. Why? Good teleport. Damn it.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is
3
where
seconds,
we
which
wrong
is...
the
which is about the amount that I can actually save from movement alone. Because there's 3 major movement mistakes I make in my PB. Well, there's 2 major movement mistakes, and then there's a new strat that saves more time. You know, James. Sir. Damn, that was really quick. I made it to Antagony like twice 10 minutes. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's be financially responsible. I can't stop winning. There's about 1.5 seconds of time loss. With the new movement strat, it's slight... I have more leeway than I did. Oh, badly optimized? It's not badly optimized, it's actually very optimized. If you couldn't tell by the fact that my sum of best is 3 seconds away from my PB. And although there's like, maybe 5-ish seconds that I could not easily, but 5-ish seconds that I could put into it within 10 seconds of a 10-minute run. Badly optimized. I don't know where you got badly optimized. Yes. It's on my YouTube channel. Giganut at max saves 2.5 seconds. There's not much time to save out of that segment. Most of the time save I have is in Antagony. I don't know why you're saying badly optimized. They're not badly optimized. Hundo's 2 minutes away from my sum of best, and I can pull out another minute. relative to Supernut, Giganut saves a second over Supernut. The resets still aren't worth it unless you absolutely need the second. And Supernut is still somewhat inconsistent, and it saves about half a second if you go for the consistent setup. And you're asking it in a different way that's... It's not the same. Saying how badly optimized is basically implying that it is poorly optimized, as opposed to being unoptimized. Those are two completely different concepts. I could use the term that Hundo is not that optimized, it's still unoptimized, but any percent is fairly optimized. There's not much time left to save. It's fairly difficult to do. It doesn't inherently... Okay, question? Are you a native English speaker? You are not. Am I a native English speaker? Yes. And I don't mean to sound rude, but at the same time, it's like, I fairly understand when applied around any normal person. Actually, no, you would piss anybody off by saying that. Like, maybe it works that way in your language, but I'm very surprised. Regardless of your intention, you should not say that, and you should not defend it as well, because that is a very rude thing to say. Huh? How does that correlate? I mean, the thing is what do you want me to say? Like, pedantic or not, it's difficult to get those kinds of things in text form. I'm just telling you how my language works, man. You shouldn't really defend it, because the more you defend it, the more you look like an asshole. It just is what it is. If you don't like it, maybe you should go back and learn a little bit more about the people around you. I don't want to sound mean about it, but at the same time, it's like, these things are common knowledge, and the fact that you're fighting and defending yourself over this is making you look like a prick. So I would advise not to do that. As much as I do like a lot of joking around and messing around, the thing is that we still do need a level of respect. I assume that pretty much everybody in my chat is an adult and understands the ideals of being respectful, at least to some degree. If you cannot handle that, you cannot play the I'm confused. If you cannot handle that, then I suggest that you either go somewhere else and calm down for a little bit, or at least take my advice for right now. I honestly do not remember anything from the CTTR OST, to be honest. 0.7, that's not bad. Not even the Happily Ever Faster theme? No, I don't remember that. Mind you, it's been years since I've played it. It's been years since I've seen gameplay of it. Like, I know the OST was made by Spiral Mouth, but still. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't remember anything from it. Oh! Sure, go ahead. Just don't come back to me and say, oh, well, they said the same thing you did, or they might be nice about it. But the more you pout and be disrespectful like a child instead of an adult, the more you're gonna get treated like one. I suggest you take a step back and just listen. And if you do not listen, there may be consequences because you are still being disrespectful. This is not the first time I've seen you be disrespectful as well, so be careful. Your English language is hard, you can't understand me? Understandable. No, I'm not talking to you. No, absolutely not, but it does tend to care. That means the same thing. You probably worded it incorrectly. If it doesn't inherently to provide more content. Okay, alright, if we continue this, I am going to time you out. I have just told you. To take a step back. If you're trying to win an argument like this, first of all, I guarantee you're not going to win this argument. As somebody who studies languages and has also studied his own language decently enough to have an understanding of certain things. That's number one. And number two is that I've already asked you to stop. Directly or indirectly asked you to stop. And you're still continuing. How did it even become a discussion? Because he wanted to prove me wrong. Which is understandable if I am incorrect, but at the same time, it's like... the more you act like that, and the more you do that, which is it's understandable if you have reasons to do that, but basically the whole point of that was basically just to say you were being rude. And you could have just said sorry. Yeah. Thanks, James. How badly is my day going? Exactly. No, I guess, what was your username? Unknown? You just joined, is James, oh damn, that's your name too? Let's see here, unknown, no, I was not talking to you. That was somebody else in my chat, don't worry about it. James is a pretty common name in the English-speaking world. In the English-speaking world, yeah, James is actually fairly common. I would assume even in non-English-speaking places too, yeah. Well, yeah, Mr. Butt, I know why you're saying this, but... I mean, your husband is indeed named James. El Juan en inglés. Exacto. You were being extremely sarcastic. Well, this game is being extremely sarcastic. Ow, my neck. You are the vowels James guy, exactly. The vowels James guy. Your neck and your back. Don't become old. Just stay youthful forever. That was about a second. I'd like to make it to 25 and just stay there. But that's usually where people reach their peak, is 25. At least guys. Like, that's when you reach your peak development. And a lot of times it usually is when you start to decline slowly. Obviously, some people develop faster or slower, but from what I've seen, that's like about the baseline where you start to become fully developed, but also are starting to decline. Obviously, you can maintain yourself for decades afterwards, but... $125 is not bad. Damn it. And the run's dead. Keep eating right and exercising so you feel 25 until you're about 45. Yeah. Some people can feel that way all the way up until they're like in their 50s. Very rare, but some, I mean, to be fair, I feel about the same as I did when I was 25, but... Who every day cooks her own meals. Oh yeah, my My great-grandmother was actually capable of doing that, too, before she passed away. She was fairly independent. You slide jump to the boat? That's worse. A lot of times, if you're doing... Fuck you, sir. Send me some. A lot of times, if you slide jump to the boat, it won't trigger first time. And the reason for that, I believe, is if any part of Crash's body touches it, it doesn't do the load transition for some reason. So slide jumping tends to be worse. And you have to get closer to the boat in order to do it, I believe. So it is generally slower. Your movement also has to be slightly different than mine. I've lost about a second. Yo hollering. There we go, good. This is looking to be about... Yo. So? Incomprehensible username. How did I do that? I have no idea how the fuck that... I don't know how I pulled that off. My movement there kind of like minimizes the running I have to do in order to get that long jump so I can make it onto the boat. The late jump is not actually how I pulled that off. I let go of the stick. That's actually how I did Bikimon skip right there, because I was right where it usually gives you an insta-fall. I let go of the stick. Where in Japan did I go? So I was stationed in Itabashi-ku, which is in the northwestern end, to like more west. And you can't do nut skip. It's difficult to figure out, but you just need to know where to place the nut. Itabashi-ku is like, it's southwest of Ikebukuro, and it's slightly southwest. It's like 5 minutes by car. It's like a little bit more west of, Okay, so basically, it's west of downtown Tokyo. Ikebukuro is like, one of the most northwestern parts of Tokyo. And I was in Itabashi-ku, Miyamoto-cho, which is, like, southwest. Southwest of Ikebukuro. Just basically straight west from downtown Tokyo. I went to Suidobashi a lot, which is where they had the Tokyo Dome, and that was where I went to school for 3 months. Was Chiyoda-ku. Know the area pretty well? Not really, because Tokyo's so fucking big. I knew the places where I went to a lot. We also went to Nikko National Park, which is somewhere north of Tokyo. There's a big-ass mountain there. And we stopped in Sano, which was more like a rural, not entirely rural, kind of like a mixture between country and town place where they did a lot of metallurgy, metalworking. Pretty historical thing, because there was this family that worked on like forging metal for like 10 generations, and this guy's family made a lot of like very important things for important historical figures in Japan. The WC. Of course I also went to Akihabara, which everybody knows Akihabara. It's actually, that place I would say I know fairly well, but that's because it's only a couple of streets. Akihabara is really tiny. Like, incredibly tiny. Like, people talk about it like it's this gigantic place. It's not. It's actually fairly tiny. It's only a couple of streets big. In comparison, like, probably about as big as a normal downtown area. So in comparison to like every other place in Tokyo, it's very small. Of course, there's a lot of stuff there, but that's because nobody lives there. It's all just restaurants and stores. And that's where a lot of their tourism comes from. That in Shibuya, which I didn't go to Shibuya, but I went to Shinjuku. I went to the place where you could see the Godzilla thing. It was really nice. You hope to go to Japan one day? It's a nice place to visit. It's definitely a nice place to visit. I don't know if it's a good place to live, and especially right now. They just got hit with, like, the biggest typhoon in 6 years, and they had, like, a very nasty earthquake advisory. And they had, like, a 7.0 off the coast of Okinawa, and Shibuya Persona 5. Okay, there were several places that you go in Persona 5 that I actually was in, and the map, the fast travel map, is actually completely based off of the Tokyo Metro. When I looked back at it while I was in Japan, I was like, holy fuck. Chiyodaku, that's, you can take several characters there to the dome. I don't remember what the dome is called in Persona 5, but the dome is based off of the Tokyo Dome, which you have Aqua, which is like this roller coaster place thingy that's like right behind the dome, and it is a real place. I've been there. I went there many times. Tokyo Dome actually has a Taco Bell, by the way, and I went to the Taco Bell. But yeah, there's Taco Bell there. There's also Shake Shack? Is that what that's called? It's like some burger place. Tokyo Bell. Yeah, the Tokyo Dome is where the Baseball Hall of Fame is, and they have a lot of different, like, places that you could go to there. Including an arcade, but I wouldn't go there. Yes, the best category. I wouldn't go to that, specific arcade. It's not very fun. They have a nice little, like, bar place. Is 7-Eleven from Japan really that good? Compared to the US, yeah. But, I mean, the thing is that convenience stores are very good in Japan. You could get a lot of stuff for very cheap. Like, if you really wanted to, you could live off of just going to a convenience store. most of the time. You could pay your bills there, you could buy stuff that you need for home, and you can also buy dinner. You could buy pretty much any meal there. So, I just went to 7-Eleven because it was one of the closest, and because of the fact that it was just what I went to first. So for me, I would say it would be more like a nostalgia or like a comfort thing rather than it actually being really good. It would be better to go to a supermarket because things are a lot cheaper at a supermarket. But you can't just strictly go to a supermarket for things like... You could technically get like very simple clothes and underwear and like cleaning products at a 7-Eleven or just any convenience store. You could get plates, which you can also get at a supermarket, to be fair. You could get plates and stuff. But you could get most of the essentials that you need for living at convenience stores in Japan. And you can also get erotic magazines. There's always an erotic magazine section with a bunch of girlies in swimsuits. Those would usually be right by the door. And then there was a printer beside that, and then there was also the ATM, and then the manga section, where you could get the latest Shonen Jump stuff. And then that's just a single aisle. Usually in the back, you would find a bunch of drinks and stuff, since they kind of order it as a means of whenever there's lunch rush hour, since there's a lot of people that would go there. It's very organized. So you basically come in, you get your immediate essentials, and then you basically just have a route to getting all your food. And then you go, you grab the food, you buy it, and that's it. It's a lot more streamlined. If you go in during rush hour, a lot of times you would have to wait in line, even all the way through the store itself. Like the Family Mart by the university that I went to, if you went there during lunch hour, you would the whole store would have a line. So you would be waiting in line at the whole store, basically waiting to get all your to choose your food and all that stuff. You're in line. Are just overhyped. And Japanese supermarkets, yes, actually, you're correct. Japanese supermarkets are really good, and they're also much cheaper. But convenience stores are more convenient. We actually, at my dormitory, there was a supermarket that was closer than the 7-Eleven, but I was more comfortable going to the 7-Eleven. So I would always go to the 7-Eleven. And also, the thing is that at the dormitory, it was very difficult to make your own food. Like, I mean, you could go into the cafeteria and then microwave your stuff, but you couldn't really cook your own food. So, the only time that you would really do that is if you had, like, cup ramen or something. Something that you could heat up in the microwave. And it would just be awkward because there's nobody in the cafeteria. You could still go in there, it'd just be weird. So a lot of times, I would just eat outside. Or if I really didn't feel like being outside and getting bit up by mosquitoes, I'd just eat my food in my dorm room. Make sure I didn't make any noise because my neighbors were assholes. And then, of course, make sure I didn't make a mess or anything. Oh yeah, my neighbors were really fucking annoying. Mostly just one in particular. And the thing is that just as a foreigner, you can't just, like, You can't just, like, go and complain, especially because they were part of the baseball team, so they probably had some kind of a contract. So you couldn't just go and complain, because they would be like, well, you're a foreigner, you're obviously doing something wrong. If the native is going to do something, they'll always side with the native. No matter how good your Japanese is. But they also couldn't get me kicked out, because I had a contract with my university, and also the university I was going to, so they couldn't really do anything if I were a little noisy. Oh. Huh. Shocked when ordering a really good Japanese at a restaurant? Sometimes. Very infrequently. It more so happened when I was, when I just got to Japan. Was, people would be kind of shocked to be like, oh, your Japanese is good, which is usually when your Japanese isn't very good. Towards the end, a lot of times people would just sigh, would make like a sigh of relief of like, oh, he knows Japanese. I don't need to use English. Like, you could really see the, you could see, like, them loosen up a bit. Because a lot of times, Japanese people are very... They don't want to speak Japanese. Or they don't want to speak English because they're embarrassed of their English. A lot of times. Or it's annoying and troublesome to use English when you're not very good at English. So a lot of times, like, they tense up really bad when they see there's a foreigner. Because it's like, okay, and they're basically, like, running through their head, what is this foreigner going to say? I have to make sure that I know this. So, in the case that they need something, I can at least get them to go away as fast as possible, so I can go about my day. But then if you show that you could speak at least some level of Japanese, they usually relax. Because they're like, okay, I can at least dumb down my Japanese. This person will understand me. I don't need to put in all that effort. It'll be quick. It'll be painless. I could go back to doing whatever I was doing. It's not really being rude. That's just how Japanese people are. They're very busy. Very busy people. They do not like doing, like, frivolous chatting. A lot of the times they do... No, I'm not fluent, no. I can get by in conversations. So I am at the level where I can do conversation. I can answer questions. I can describe my day. I can ask questions, and I can do some decent stuff. Baby, you got something in your nose. Nihongo. Got you there. Sion. I am functional enough to get by. Towards the end, I didn't really get the, oh, your Japanese is good. But towards the beginning, I did. Towards the end...なんだこいつ何の感じちょっとわかりにくいよねちょっと書く直すお前ってさMy accent Sounds really good for Japanese. It's the same with Spanish. Like, my accent is also quite good. But that doesn't necessarily mean that my grammar is good. Wait, does that actually say Ugokuyatsu? Ugokuyatsu? Wait, what site did you use to translate that where it said yatsu? Hang on a second. That is not standard Japanese. What did you... that's not usually what translation at Google Translate? Really? To say Ugokuyatsu? Damn, it's starting to get decent at least. Huh. That's something that they don't even teach in classes, because Yatsu translates to like type. El que se mueve que joder. No sé tantísimo, tío, joder. Is my Spanish fluent? I wouldn't consider it fluent, but it is decently close to fluent. Yeah, I'm actually very well on my way to being fluent in Spanish, but my Spanish is very... Yeah, Deep L's translations are definitely getting worse. So basically, oh, Mr. Butt's actually gay. So you can read Italian now? Damn. The spaghetti thing. Reminder, I did tell you to tone it down. What even is the trend? Oh, the thing where it's like English or Spanish? You know, it's really funny because I actually got one of my Japanese friends with it. But to be fair, he speaks a decent amount of English, so he's like at least aware of memes and stuff. I said, hey, Kotaro, English or Spanish? And then he froze. And I said, dude, I'm kidding. I didn't think you actually knew it. Yeah, I told her, like, dude, I'm kidding. I didn't think you actually knew what that was. That was really funny. Really like that guy. I miss him. He's a good guy. Very good guy. I don't know, figure it out. You know, it was also really funny when we went to the izakaya. No, Sion, no. Déjalo. I actually, I was doing it with, like, somebody said English, or I told him English or Spanish. And then we basically were in a staring contest for about, I think it was like 5 minutes. And I won. That was funny. In the izakaya. It was me and Niels, who was the German guy. One of the German guys. There were several. Yo, what's up? I'm surprised that made it. Made it? We had the beach episode too, that was fun. We actually went to a beach. It wasn't a very pretty beach, but we went to a beach. But it started raining too, so we had to like rush to get our shoes back on. And I actually fell in the sand as a result. Like, I had my shoes off, which is rare for me because of my foot problems. Me walking around is usually problematic when I have my shoes off. But in the sand, it was fine. So I actually I did have my shoes off, and when it was time to put them back on so that way we could go and get under cover, I fell in the sand and I got sand everywhere. Oh, that was fun. Never been to, well, I think I was at a beach once, but it wasn't a proper beach like that one was. Yes, sir. You were watching a show earlier, as you do. Sir is the guy that always watches shows. There's random Spanish. This is pretty slow. This is very slow. Continues in Spanish. The game did not want to turn Crash around. It just decided, oh yeah, Crash is going backwards. Fuck you. Nice. There we go. .125 pace, I think. I think this is like mid 125. Yeah, looks like it. Oh yeah. Maybe high now. Fuck off, dude. All the fake Latino accents? Yeah. It was probably like the Hollywood thing of like, hey, can you just make up an accent? Sure. Oh, we're Cuban, by the way. Let's speak Spanish. Imagine me. It's just like... Coño, the subtitles say coño. El cono, tío, joder. I can't even really do a Spanish, any kind of Spanish accent in English. Let alone doing a, Dude, really? You look like a gilipollas. Gilipollas? Why? Oh yeah, shouldn't I be doing this in the European version? I forget. What did I do my PB in? Hang on, let me check real quick before I do anything else. What did I do in my PB? I'll be able to tell immediately. This actually looks like the Omate. Okay, yeah, this is the, that's the European version. That is exactly what I wanted to know. Game? What the fuck was that? What the fridge? Shit the fuck, yes. Exactly. What the Sigma? Oh no. Oh no. They've been infected. Come on. Really? Twice? All those are coin flips. There we go. Oh shit, what? Excuse me? No! I can actually beat my PB without, I can actually beat my PB without, without ball glitch, believe it or not. But it would be difficult. Okay. When your ball glitches, when your balls glitch. That was a little bit of time loss. There we go. This is a little bit slower than the last run, but yeah, this is gonna be probably a 125. Okay, cool. Welcome back. Damn it. The camera control's slightly different. I gotta get reused to it. I made it to Antagony like 3 or 4 times in the first hour, and I have not made it since. Huh? You haven't done this for a while. Why did you start doing this again? I thought I fixed that. It's happened during runs before. I'm not on an emulator. Damn it. I am on original hardware. I'm on an OG Xbox. It's just upscaled. That's why it looks so good. Oh, damn it. Xbox has faster load times, and certain ledges are easier to land on the Xbox version. Only certain ones. It's just, it has to do with the way that the game calculates Crash's position between the two consoles. One of those ledges is actually used in any percent. I'll point it out here in a second once I get to it. On Xbox, it's about a 1 in 3, but on PS2, it's somewhere in the realm of 1 in 50. Between 1 in 50 and 1 in 150. This ledge in particular. It's about a 1 in 3 on OG Xbox. And I'm not sure if it's any different on 360. Might be, but I haven't tested it. And, PS2, it's basically, like, impossible to save time with it, anyways. PS2 also has a lot of loading time for the boat. No, I'm on OG Xbox. If this were on 360, the game would lag a lot. There we go. Oh, you motherfucker. There is a strat that is not possible specifically on the European PS2 version, which is the PS2 version most people run on. That cannot be done on... it can be done on every version except for that one. Can you play it on the series? I do not believe so. But I've been hearing, like, some weird stuff about... apparently there was some email leak saying that Xbox is actually trying to dedicate itself to backwards compatibility. So, maybe. But, who knows? Who knows if that's real, and who knows if they'll actually do that. But right now, the answer is no. It would probably be about the same on the series as it would be on 360. Just with, faster load times, I would assume. No, you good? Thanks for stopping by. Damn it. But I'm not 100% sure about all of the differences, but generally Xbox is just easier to do runs on. And it's just faster. So pretty much any top runner that has been running in the past year or so... not past year, but in the past half year or so. No, actually, within the past year, yeah. Within the past year has been playing on Xbox. There was a pretty big shift last year. But also we allow emulator, a PS2 emulator. We don't allow Xbox emulator yet, but we allow PS2 emulator. And so yeah, in the case that anybody wants to do runs on emulator, they can. I wouldn't really recommend any percent, since the loading times, some of the things that you have to do, you have to pause for. And also, the trick for this, for getting up to the farm, sucks on PS2. Please land on it. Like I said, it's a 1 in 3. It all has to do with position calculation. Yeah, PCSX2 has input lag, it sucks. What the fuck? Why did you do that? I've never seen it move like that before. The hell? Damn it. Yeah, with the upscaler that I'm using and everything, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice because I get virtually no input lag on my monitors. Plus, it also makes the game look good. And I really do like the games looking good. Damn it. I jumped a little bit too late there. I don't think I would have gotten it anyways. Now, if I went for Giganut the whole time here, the biggest problem would be the resets. I'll try a couple of times. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, come on. Dude, really? That still would have been faster. The thing about Giganut is that, yes, I would save time on pretty much all of my attempts, but the amount of times I would actually get past Nut Skip would greatly reduce. And there's already a big, yeah, see? There's already a big thing. And there's a big reset point in Hub 1. Well, I mean, you can always just not reset. Resetting doesn't get you anywhere. Especially if you know we're near top level. I will always advocate for not resetting runs. Unless you have to. I reset so much in any percent because I have to now. But there's no reason to do a bunch of resets if you're not, even at mid-level, you benefit a lot from doing no reset. A lot. Because you never if you're never getting into mid-game and late game because you're resetting all the time, how are you supposed to be able to handle the pressure of being there when you're actually on a run? Causes a lot of anxiety for... It causes a lot of anxiety. And then you'll never complete a run. You'll just be stuck. You'll have 1,000-ish resets and no finished runs. Sure, you'll probably be better at the early game than some people, but the rest of the run you won't be very good at. And in Hundo, I don't have the fastest Jungle Bungle. I don't have the fastest Hub 1. But I can quickly get out of Hub 1 in comparison to other runners. And the reason is because I don't reset as much. I mean, yeah, I did a lot of practice, but in reality, I don't reset that much. At least in comparison to other people. Twinsanity is a game where there's a lot of resetting because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Grab the nut. Hello. Damn it. That sucks. Because that would have been a pretty good run. I'll always advocate for doing no I'll always be an advocate for doing no resets. I remember when I was doing Crash 2, and mind you, I had a very shitty Warp 1. For my skill level, I was behind everybody. I was behind people even a tier below me in Hub 1. But I did so much practice in the mid and late game that I was basically getting like a 1430 Warp 1 while some people were getting like 1340s. So they were saving like 40 seconds off of me in Hub 1, but then I would be entire minutes ahead of their PBs. And they would have like 1,500, 2,000 resets, and I think by the time I got my last PB, I had 600 resets. And some people could say, oh, well, that means you're talented. It was more so the fact that I just got more runs out than everybody else. Didn't focus on a lot. I didn't focus on Hub 1. They really did, didn't they? Come on! Shouldn't be having issues with this. There we go. I'm gonna be about 3 seconds behind, I think. Damn it. Run's dead. I gotten tired of listening to the Ice theme. I don't really like Iceberg Lab, no. It's pretty annoying to listen to. It's actually one of the only songs that annoy me. It's Iceberg Lab and the engine fight music. Those two songs in particular are the ones I don't like. Come on. Oh, damn. Yeah, those two in particular are the ones I don't like. Yeah, sometimes, sometimes the slide jump is too high, and you get too much airtime, and it just kinda makes you plop. So melancholic and nice. It doesn't really feel like some, like, game track music. Not me doing backflips, understandable. I knew I wasn't making it. That's 2 seconds. About 2.5. Wasn't really looking at the timer, so I don't know what. $127. I need to do the rest of this flawlessly. That was very close. Okay. That was really close to just not getting it. Holy fuck. That's about as good as I can hope for. I don't know how I got that, but whatever.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil.
4 seconds behind. I can, if I get perfect ant RNG, I can do this without ball glitch. Because there's like 2 seconds of, there's 2 seconds of mistakes I have in my PB. Plus I also get, an extra second of time save. But I also get a second and a half of time save on because of a newer strat, which I'm about to do here. Oh, come on, it dropped my jump. That was most likely not going to be the run. Not after that hub 1. Oh, you fucker. Yeah, not after that hub 1. It wasn't gonna happen after that hub 1. Most likely. The odds are completely stacked against me if I'm more than 2 seconds behind. I mean, it does make a lot of sense if I'm like, with the slow door opening. No, that's not how it works, unfortunately. This is actually pretty smooth. There we go. Ooh, this is fast. This is quite fast. Very good RNG too. No! It put me on the wrong line. If I can, well, like, anything that's faster than what I got on my, in my PB for Hub 1 is insane. Like, there were several, like, there were 2 accidents that happened in this particular attempt. Maybe 3. And it put me half a second behind. And my lines were not very good. Yeah, I'm about 0.7 seconds slower now. Which isn't that big of a deal. This is actually basically like a perfect hub 1, which I messed up that. I messed that up. Getting anything that's like mid 125 and below is essentially like this is good enough pace where I can potentially PB. And then by the time I reach Antagony, the best pace really that I'd want is somewhere between being 1 second and a second and a half behind. Competing with my PB, trying to go faster than my PB up to that point is futile. Because, I mean, that was my second best split ever. And that was also competing against a run with Supernut. So you can't exactly just, like, I can't exactly ask for anything that's even comparable to it. Because getting anything close to what my PB got is basically asking for too much. But the Antagony wasn't very good in comparison. Well, yeah, we have Supernut, we have Giganut. Like, I'm essentially guaranteed, maybe not on this split. My second split is actually pretty easy to match, but first split and third split are incredibly, like, they are incredibly good. Matching them is very hard. Good. Supernut is when you're doing nut skip, you don't have to reposition the nut. And Giganut is not even needing to slide the nut. Generally, I just go for fast nut, which fast nut is a different part of the skip where you don't set up the nut when you go for nut skip to teleport. It wasn't really called Super Nut until I started calling it Super Nut. Of course, everybody knows why I called it Super Nut. Live split crashed. Why did live split crash? That's not the right one. And Giganut was named by not even a Crash runner. Giganut was named by a Halo runner. I think I wanted to call it Ultra Nut, and he was like, no, we're gonna call it Giganut, and I'm like, that's so much fucking funnier. Super Nut does not save enough time to be worth doing as many resets over it, since you lose half a second if you try to set it up, and you reset 10 times as often if you go for it. Giganut saves 2 seconds over the standard strat, but again, the thing is that since you're playing with physics, it's not consistent enough to where the resets would be worth it. And it can be between maybe you're gonna get it 5 times in a row to potentially not getting it once in 100 attempts, which, or even 200 attempts, which is not worth it. It's slightly faster to do the slide jump. It seems like it would be slower, but it's not. It's faster because the nut is moving faster when it's going up. If it touches something, it is about the same speed though. Feliz cum. Fucking fly. I just lost a second because the fly kept fucking landing on me. Damn it. Annoying. Annoying. Todos los enemigos son Jackal snipers. Joder. El legendario. Yeah, I knew that Slate had his birthday. Yeah, so essentially while it would be beneficial if I went for Giganut, right? So there's a lot of issues with me going for Giganut. If I'm getting 1 run out of every 200 attempts, past nut skip. Now that's the kicker. Past nut skip, not past the rest of Hub 1. Past nut skip, in particular, which immediately after you have 3 different. You have 3 different tricks. One that is a 1 in 3, one that you get 75% of the time, and another one with about the same amount, about 75% of the time. Like right there, I lost about 3 seconds. And then you have something that if you fail, you might, if you can fail it, it's not common, but it's like a 95% consistency, right? Which would be Beakymon skip. And then immediately after that, you have RNG with the villagers, which can mean that you, every now and again, you get a bad pattern, which would force a reset. And then immediately after that, if you don't do your long jump correctly, you don't get the cutscene or the transition immediately. So imagine having to get all of that after doing something that you can only get once in like 200 attempts. And I would say that would be about the average Giganut. And it's not necessarily that that's exactly how inconsistent it is. Might not be, but that's like worst case scenario. The odds of you completing a run just getting past Hub 1 is probably like maybe once every 600, 700 attempts. That's just getting past Hub 1. Then you have several other very difficult tricks in Hub 2, and then Hub 4, and then you have Antagony. You're looking at probably around 10,000. How much can practice improve? We don't know for Giganut. For the rest of these, for Hub 1, practice does not improve. You did not miss anything. Practice does not really improve the odds of these, because those are dependent upon position rounding. So basically, it's luck. It's not 100% luck, but it's mostly luck. So practicing might improve your odds for Giganut, but the rest of those, practice does not improve because it's stuff that is outside of human control. You can manipulate it, but you can't control it. So, essentially, the problem is, and the reason why I'm not going for it, despite the fact that it's a 2-second time save, it's a lot of time. 2 seconds is a huge amount of time. And yeah, it also makes it a lot less fun. Like right there, I just got unlucky. There's ways to mitigate that and make that not happen, but when you look at my PB counter and basically like the odds being like 1 in 10,000 to be able to finish a run, and then basically like you have to add on the fact that Ant RNG as well is like good. Ant RNG is really uncommon. You're essentially locked out of getting a good run. So, you are better off not going for that 2-second time save, unless you know for a fact that you can get it at least once in 1 in 5. 1 in 5, I would say, is a fine chance, because then you get out of Hub 1 probably one every 20 to 30 attempts. And it basically means you get to play the rest of the game. So that way, once you get to the rest of the game, you can either practice it or adjust to what the hell is going to go on in case something goes wrong or things don't go the way you want it to go. That's why I don't go for Giganut. I'll go for it a couple of times here. Let's see if I get lucky. Oh. How many old games rely on RNG? Oh, hard to say. Very, very hard to say. Some games, because the way that RNG works is not the way that you would assume. It's never random. There's nothing random about RNG. But because it's a random number generator, it uses different algorithms to make things that seem random when they're not actually random. So in certain games with simple algorithms, you can manipulate them, or certain things can cause certain effects. Some games have RNG manipulation. There is one encounter in Twinsanity that has RNG manipulation, or at least, well, sort of RNG manipulation. It's one enemy in, it's an enemy in Antagony. Yo, Mihala, what's up? Essentially, if you go on the right side, he has a tendency to jump. It's the one after the RNG ant fight. Without massive skips like dimension skip and the like. How come I'm running any percent today? Because I don't feel like committing to hundo. Is it the flying fuck? Yes. If you have a bad cycle, you have to go on the left side of the laser, and since you have to jump off of the dude that flies, if you're on the left side, he has a possibility to fly immediately, basically ending your run. So if you're on a bad cycle, you're fucked. If you're on the right side, though, it's almost a 0% chance. Not entirely 0%, but it is very close to 0. Fuck you, dude. It's close to 0. It's not exactly 0. It's close to 0. That would be about the only real, like, RNG manipulation that we do. That's why I don't go for Giganut. But the position calculation, it's not RNG per se. But it might as well be random because you can't manipulate what coordinate Crash is at, and you can't manipulate what coordinate Crash is going to land on every single frame. So, you can basically increase your odds. You can increase your odds, but that doesn't mean you're going to get it every time. It doesn't, like, there's just no getting around it. What was the thought? So, the thing was called, the faster thing, I called it Super Nut, which is when you don't have to reposition the nut after you slide it. And then I was gonna call the other thing Ultra Nut, but my friend from the Halo community who was helping me out trying to figure out certain things, he decided that it was to be called Giganut, and I thought, wow, Giganut's so much fucking funnier. So we call it Giganut. There we go. This is a little slow, but it's fine. Probably a low 125. Yep. A low 125. Runners from other games. Oh, fucking fuckface. Oh, this is bad. What the fuck? Why did you block me out of spinning? Then one abnormally long slide. You can extend the slide by holding the slide button if you're going down slopes. It can happen, is the thing. But it's not common for outside influence to happen. One of the things that was outside influence, which this was indirect, nobody from the outside actually influenced this directly, but the reason why we have the hundo route that we do, and the reason why it's allowed, and the reason why it was streamlined was because of Spyro 2. Spyro 2 100% also ends the game after watching the credits and everything. And so we kind of streamlined it that way, so we allow it in 100%. That we could basically just beat the final boss early, streamline everything. Every now and again, runners from other games do find things in speedruns, but it's not like it happens often. I mean, I found quite a few things in Halo 1, for example. despite not being a runner of the game. And I did find something in Rayman 2. This fly needs to stay off my fucking cheek. Oh shit, it's a dice. Rayman 2? It's no longer used in the run, but I found a clip in Whale Bay. Up for the... Nice. I was interested in glitch hunting and stuff since I was young, so I kind of have a lot of knowledge in game mechanics and stuff and figuring out how to find glitches. I'm not as good as like a lot of like experts, but I'm good enough to basically like find a lot of stuff in older games. Just grab the fucking nut, Crash. For twins, I found a lot of modifications to strats. I implemented a lot of things into 100% as well. The actual process, you just do random shit, or you gather enough knowledge to think, oh, maybe this will work. Either something happens, or you have enough knowledge to be like, okay, well, this might be able to be possible. There we go. So this is gonna be a 123. Countless hours for Giganut? Not really. Or one trick? Oh. I don't know. It depends. Depends on how you are. I tend to be really good at trick execution. Also, hey, Zor. To find anything? It depends. It all depends. Damn it. It all depends on, like, several different things. Like, you could just be a genius. You could just be incredibly unlucky. And by unlucky, I mean something can just magically happen to you. I've had that happen to me several times. If you have good analytic skills, you'd be very good. You'd be very good at glitch finding. Because if something happens to you, you could basically analyze, okay, what happened? What did I do to make that happen? And then you can essentially use that to try to manipulate it. Or ask somebody if they can put their head together to think, hey, what do you think happened here? Until you come to some kind of a conclusion. Glitch hunters record their footage. Sometimes. Not all the time. I mean, back in the days, we couldn't just record absolutely everything. Just something happens, then we would have to do it a second time while recording. That happened to me a lot. The way to look at glitches and glitch finding, glitch hunting, is basically, the best way to look at it is like science. You need to have a question, which creates a hypothesis. You need to test the results, come to some conclusions, and then when it seems to be able to work, you go to other people, and you're like, hey, test this out for me. See if you get the same findings. It's the scientific method. Peer reviewing, exactly. That's what glitch finding is. It's science. Some people want to say, oh, glitch finding is art, blah, blah, blah. No, it's science. Some people could make art out of it, but glitches, glitch finding, all that stuff, it's all science. But in order for stuff to be, like, accepted or whatever, or sex, do it until it works. I mean, I guess. The creative part is the solving side. Yeah, that's also true. Because a lot of times when you do glitches and stuff, there are always problems. If the nut skip is a scientific term, it could be. There have been worse things that have happened in science with naming conventions. Scientists are nerds and they also have a big bad sense of humor. Buenas. Bienvenido a mi stream. Boludo. And he was right, there's a bunch of Argentinians that just... Land, please. Here we go again with the Spanish. Well, of course, I speak Spanish. Tomorrow I am gonna have my first Spanish class in 3 months. Oh, Jesus, tomorrow. Es increíble. Gracias. Pero es que obviamente no soy fluido. Am I still learning it? Pero por lo menos, gracias. Gracias. I speak it, I'm not fluent in it. Y lo haces súper... Gracias. Me alegro que se me conteste. Do I know any Greek words? I do not know any. Damn. Okay, good. Ugh. The secret Spanish VA for Crash. There is one. There's several. Oh yeah, Malacca. I know Malacca. Okay, Kevin, you're dying. I had to take out his family. Alright, take it easy. Why the mom? Fuck the mom. Everybody dies. It's just like Frieza says in Team 4 Star. Everyone's always about the children. But you could try to leave them alive, but all they do is just dedicate their life for revenge. And they die anyways. Shh. It's like a 50-50 when the camera gets stuck there if it flips. Every anime antagonist ever. Very good. Please don't. Might as well be camera gotcha, yeah. Oh, you... Fuck. Wow. That's like a second and a half. Yeah, getting out of Hub 1 is sometimes a huge chore. There are times where you just get stuck in Hub 1 and you just can't do anything about it. I mean, you can, but... with the amount of time loss that you tend to get, from making mistakes, and from things that are outside of your control, it's better to just reset. At least when you're trying to go for a really good time. You bitch. If that bounces the other way, I'm resetting. So, yeah, with a lot of, like, speedrunning... With a lot of, speedrunning stuff... Okay. Damn it. With a lot of speedrunning stuff, especially at top level, sometimes you gotta balance between... Sometimes you just gotta balance between, consistency and time save. That was good. Oh, come on. $126. That's not bad. Finally out of hub 1. Damn it. Fuck you. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Back to hub 1. This is very slow. Kevin, move away from the nut. This is very slow. This is really slow now. Probably the any percent one. That's a weird question. La nuez strat. Buenas slate. El viejo. Bulge. I mean, the thing is that both my current hundo PB and my any percent PB were very groundbreaking. Since the 100% PB was in the 100% PB, that was the very first 100% run to be faster than the very first recorded any percent run. But the any percent run was the very first sub 1040. So both were very monumental in their own right, but the one that I care about the most, at least right now, is any percent. But if I were to lose the 100% record, I would go back for it, because 100% is the category I like the most. But I like any percent too now. Any percent used to be a very shitty category. It's not so shitty anymore. That was really slow. What the fuck? Fuck. I haven't been here. I haven't been here enough. I have to practice this. But yeah, I would probably prefer, I would probably say that I'd prefer to keep the any percent. Maybe. Actually, no, it might just be 100%. What's my favorite track? Fuck you, Kevin. Uka. The Uka music. I know everybody just like... Everybody would be like, wait, it's not Rock Slide? No. I think Rock Slide's like mid-tier. Come on, dude. And my second favorite is probably the second boiler theme, the unused track. And then my third would be the twins fight. Probably fourth would actually be the walrus chase. Fifth would be rooftop. And then 6th would be Madame Amberly. 7th would be Slipslide. Land, please. Thank you. I missed it. Damn. I'm gonna go for Giganut. Oh my fuck. Let's see the boat level theme. What's the boat level theme? You mean the standard high seas? That one's probably my third least favorite. My second least favorite is Iceberg Lab. And my least favorite is the engine fight. Oh, Totem Hokum. That's probably within my top 15. Same. Classroom Chaos is definitely up there, top 10, but I wouldn't say Fountain Skip. Fountain Skip was one of the worst skips imaginable. Fountain Skip was actually the worst skip that was ever implemented in any run in the game. It's not even the worst, but it was the worst that was implemented into a run. The second worst that has ever been done in a run, or I mean the second worst and it has been done in a run but it wasn't implemented, was Cortexless Warp Skip. The worst was Gyro OB. Old Gyro OB. It was the worst, the worst thing imaginable. Because you basically have to body slam onto an invisible hitbox, and that hitbox has to push you into a ceiling. It was the most unviable trick that Twinsanity has. I mean, nowadays you'd probably call it old Gyro OB because we have a different Gyro OB that is used and was implemented into runs because it saves a lot of time in any percent, or 100%. Also saves time in all levels. And there's also pipe OB as well, which doesn't lose time. Hover skip was awful, but it wasn't necessarily... Any percent hover skip was awful, but it wasn't necessarily that bad. But fountain skip was definitely the worst implemented strat. Well, yeah. There's all levels, and there's also any percent no dimension skip. Which any percent no dimension skip is a misnomer, number one, and number two, it is a completely arbitrary category. What I mean by misnomer is that any percent doesn't use dimension skip. It should be renamed to something else. The reason for its existence was actually due to the implementation of Twin Split to skip Ice Climb, making dimension skip far harder because we had to use another Cortex. And then dimension skip sucked. And then we basically had very little time to do warp skips, so people didn't want to do dimension skip. So there was any percent no dimension skip. Plus it also preserved it preserved Yere's time to show how good his time was. Essentially the whole category is just a big measure of your internet dick. Plus it has mountain skip and it has AoE skip. There is no category for that. The only categories that we have are all of them complete the game. Anything else would just be dumb. Nobody would run it. You get like one person. With that, what would be done would be... It would be, you would set up... a splash teleport to go to Hub 3. Is what you would do. Then you would have to backtrack through Jungle Bungle. Mario has a nipple percent? Ew. Basically, getting to Boiler would be any percent, but you would set up a different splash teleport, which you need to go through Jungle Bungle to get. Then you need to die, make sure that you didn't get a load. You would actually need to die, then you would need to backtrack through Jungle Bungle, then you would do splash teleport just like you would in any percent. But it would be a different splash teleport. It would take you to the airship, then you would just go into Boiler. It would not be an exciting category. It'd be the exact same as any percent with extra steps. since there are no requirements to actually get there, since you could splash teleport there, you could very easily splash teleport to the airship. That's what having a category would entail. You can walk there and get first. You would have to beat the all levels runs that make it there. Because those would technically count. I've discovered many skips. Had to try it. Plus, if you were to say, oh, I have a record in this that basically nobody runs, people are probably just gonna ignore you. I do have first in all of the official categories for twins, but to be fair, nobody runs no dimension skip. No top runners have ever really taken all levels seriously. So, of course, like, and to be fair, the only reason why I even ran no dimension skip was just so that way I had the right to tell people to take it off the leaderboards. It still has not been taken off the leaderboards. It's probably never gonna get taken off. I would prefer to have that replaced with something else. At least land. I have not gotten to Hub 3 in about 30 minutes. Intended route? What does the intended route entail? You mean standard 100%? I had the fastest time in that too. What's the process of finding a new skip? You just... either something happens and you notice it and you try to analyze it and then implement it, or you have enough knowledge to say like, okay, maybe we could do this, and then just problem solve your way out. That's pretty much it. It's nothing like... most of this stuff is not hyper intricate. You don't like look into a bunch of things. It's not very dramatic. The hell is this? Scythe was doing the wrong to rights cutscene skip and basically showing that it's not viable. In order for that trick to ever be viable, you have to get it first try. You have to get it first try. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It has to be first try. If you fail it even once, you lose too much time for it to ever be viable. Because it only saves 7 seconds max, and failing it loses like 4 seconds. So, and then well, having to set it back up takes another couple seconds, so if you fail it once, it's equal. Now, it can be done with Cortex, but you still lose, I think it's actually about 5 seconds you lose with Cortex, which is still good, but it's not enough. It's not enough to warrant it. Plus, you also have to, like... Well, if you can glitch past the first door, it would be faster. But... and you can do that, it's just only TAS viable. It's not humanly viable. Probably if you were to implement the wrong the rights cutscene skip, which mind you I have not gotten a single time ever without Cortex. Neo Fernando. Basically, putting that together would be terrible. Probably about 15,000 resets per run that would make it past that point. I might be over-exaggerating, but... I swear, if that's my dad, and he's saying, oh, we're bringing home groceries or something, I'm gonna be pissed. I can't check right now, but... That was Aaron. Almost hit the cutscene. Okay. What is he? Something like this. Okay. A lot of like glitch finding stuff I would say tends to be over romanticized or dramatized. Especially because when you watch all those videos on YouTube, you see the people that talk about them hype it up. Most of them are not that dramatic. Except at the time that the glitch is found. Because when something major is found, it's one of two things. Either there's mass cheering and people are like, holy fuck! Or they're like, oh no, the category's ruined. I've seen both. I have contributed to both. Actually, I am a big reason why old dimension skip became a thing. Which is when everybody cheered because of how easy any percent was to get into at that point, especially after nut skip. And then, not too long afterwards, I found Twin Split and ruined the category. I was the reason why they started looking for dimension skip. Beta knew that there was something that could be done if we figured something out, and then I used a levitate code, and then got crash into a cutscene state. Beta was like, "Oh shit, we can actually go to Hub 4 with this." So then everybody was kind of dashing to figure out every component needed to be able to get into Hub 4 from Hub 2. But then I was just curious to see if I could find a means to skip Ice Climb and, well, basically ruin the category. I wasn't the person that actually found the skip itself, I just found the component that said, oh hey, yeah, this is possible if we figure this out. .5 seconds, that's not too bad. No! You bitch! Why the fuck was I that close to it? Yeah, that was, a lot of, there was a lot of, Twins history. Though, after Cursed Splash was found, any percent became a lot easier to do, and then with a couple of additions that I found, made any percent a lot more doable. Nowadays, any percent is actually very viable. It's just difficult to learn how to do all of the stuff. But once you learn it, it is not that bad. I'm still not fully derusted yet. Welcome back, Hatake. After I fully derust and I'm able to complete Antagony, I could basically just rip out an any percent run if I really wanted to. Not anything that would be record breaking, but I would be able to just right off the rip do any percent runs, no problem. a little slow, but it works. Okay. There was a fucking fly on me. And I could not concentrate enough to actually do the shit. I'm actually very surprised I even got warp skip. I don't know. Every time the idea of, like, remastered or remake comes up, it always is just the same thing of, like, are you sure that modern developers could actually make a good game out of this? I look at NST and Nitro Fueled, and I don't have faith because they weren't good. They were okay for what they were designed for, but NST was an incredibly lazily designed game, where they really didn't take into account, the collision. There were a lot of bugs that should not have been in there, like, there was a completion bug in Crash 1 where you might not even get the full percentage because of a calculation error. Nitro Fuel used triggers instead of actual movement to allow you to perform some shortcuts, like the one in a Sewer Speedway, for example. That is not performed with movement. It's actually performed by triggering something that allows you to get it, because they didn't want to give you the ability to do too many unintended skips. Crash 4 isn't amazing, unfortunately. And no, they're not with Toys for Bob. Toys for Bob is no longer with Activision. That's why we didn't get Crash 5. They left on their own. And Crash 4 was not amazing. Crash 4 left a lot to be desired from what I saw. To be fair, I have not completed the game. I played, like, only a minute of it so far. But from what I've seen, it's not like the other Crash games where, like, you could just play it and replay it. Which is a big issue with modern development. Styles. Okay, so there's a reason why I only played a minute, and it wasn't because I disliked the game. I I wanted to play it when I bought it back when I was in Japan, but my roommate got uppity when I was using my controller. I think it was like 8 p.m. at that time. He got really upset and started like slamming shit in his room because he was mad I was making noise. So I decided to say, you know what, fine, I'm not going to play the game. I was only in the menus, I didn't actually play it. Oh, if you did that in Japan, good luck. Good fucking luck as a foreigner. And I don't know what he did. I think he also wanted to be semi-competitive in some anime game. Possibly a rhythm game, so he would also get angry while playing. I would hear him slam stuff, even when I'm not making noise. But when I was making noise, he would always get pissed off. If it was just a little bit of noise. I'm not talking like the standard, like, you know, getting up, walking around the room. Or like coughing. He wouldn't get mad at that, but he got mad at the fact that I snored. With sleep apnea, by the way. So like those little strips don't work. Please pass the image and timer. You could find it. I'm probably also eventually going to post it in my Discord. Damn it. Fucking... Oh, did I say roommate? I meant, neighbor. Yeah, I meant to say neighbor, not roommate. Okay, okay. The nut just wants to move on its own. Well, in Japan, walls are thin as fuck. It wasn't an apartment, it was a dorm. But yeah, the walls are thin as fuck. So, like, though, I think he had, like, some, like, hypersensitive hearing, because the thing is that, like, you couldn't really hear somebody talking. Like, two of my friends tested it. Even with their beds, like, really close to themselves, they couldn't really hear each other speaking at a slightly low volume. So, he must have had hypersensitive hearing or something. And sometimes he would have, I think his family over. Which technically you're not supposed to have a whole bunch of people gathering in your room, but, I mean, that didn't really matter. Because every time that happened, they would have been gone before too long anyways. And it was, it would have been on... What's my Discord? If someone could do the Discord command and then repost it. Because, Nightbot doesn't get, Nightbot's messages don't get posted to YouTube. Here, I got it. Come on. Shift, insert. What the fuck? Oh. There. So, anybody on YouTube that wants to join my Discord, you could join my Discord. And then bug me about posting the picture. I don't mind, it's not mine. I just found a random image with... I found a shirt with this image on it. And then at some point in time I found the image itself. I had to re-find it. Got a text, probably from mom or dad, saying like, we'll be home in 20 minutes with groceries. Actually, I didn't even eat today. Baby, you got something in your nose. Unfortunately, I have to move, so I guess I'm gay. Hmm? Michael. My cousin just sent me a TikTok video saying you can live in Japan for 2 years with no residency. And I'm like, first of all, you're older than me and you're using TikTok. Second of all, a little early. I'm not graduated yet. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. The best Pokemon. Alright, Hatake, take it easy. Good luck with work. I'm surprised that it actually worked. Usually when the nut acts like that, it does not want you to, Get off of me, you stupid fucking fly. I lost like 0.2 seconds to being distracted from the fucking fly trying to get on my chin. Cool. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here. No big deal. Oh shit. Ah. Yeah, this is about right. No! Fucker! Come on. Why am I tapping that too fast? There we go. Just trying to reset the audio. I miss being able to just walk outside and going into a convenience store and just buying some random fucking food. Even though I haven't been in Japan in how many? Even though I haven't been in Japan in almost 3 weeks, I still have that urge of like, well, I'm hungry, I don't have anything to eat. Let's just walk to a convenience store. But if I were to walk anywhere... You also want it? Yeah, join my Discord and I'll post it. Eventually. You'll just have to bug me about it because I'll probably forget. Oh, come on, dude. You know, I'm fine. I'll post it right now. Because I'll probably forget. Here's the meme one. Because I have 2 versions. I have the standard version and I have the meme version. The meme version is Saitama's face. That'll be $10. Joking. Obviously joking. I'm not DoorDash for pictures, motherfucker. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, fuck. Yes. The reason why I posted it there was because I was actually getting very frustrated. And I wanted to do something that would at least lighten my mood slightly. So basically it was, the picture was... the meme version was placed specifically because I was upset. because I wasn't getting anywhere. I should have PB'd several times and I kept choking. And then the funny thing was that just before I got the 1037, 2 attempts before I got the 1037, I got a 1041. Damn it. I don't know. I got the 1037 though. I'm probably not going to PB. I would have to stream a lot more. I'd probably have to stream for the next couple days to get to actually PB in this. But yeah, it's not even my picture. It's not even my picture. I didn't make it. It was just something I found on the internet back in 2014. I've been using it because it speaks to me. What the fuck? Well, hopefully that works out. Holy shit. I don't know what I'm gonna start doing after tomorrow because I start classes tomorrow. Likely to be my penultimate semester. One and a half. 1.5 seconds. What's my TikTok? I don't have a TikTok. I don't use it. True. If you really want to be like precise, I guess the only real social media apps that I have are Discord, YouTube, I guess. I have a Twitter, but I haven't used it in a long while. And I now have an Instagram, but the Instagram is basically just to communicate with my Japanese friends. Well, I guess I have WhatsApp and Line as well, but... And no, you're not getting the Instagram. Because the Instagram has my actual name on it. And even so, I don't really use it that much. Since it's only really to communicate and keep up with my Japanese friends. And my friends from, some of my friends from the Japanese program. Twitter you can easily find. And of course, like, you can always access my Discord. And everybody here should at least know my YouTube channel, because I am kind of also streaming on YouTube right now. Mr. Tut. Taxes? True, give me the taxes. You did stonks. Probably never. I would not be very hopeful that a Twinsanity remake would be good. I don't think modern developers could make a good remake out of the game. Too much bullshit business practices. I'd like to see somebody actually make a good one. That would be amazing, but probably not gonna happen. This is very slow. I'm not taking it. There have been several fan projects of Crash Twinsanity, but I haven't seen anything actually do. Yeah, a shitty remake always leaves everyone a sour taste in their mouths. Or a lackluster remake slash remaster always leaves people with sour tastes in their mouths. One thing I can say is at the very least the Metroid Prime remastered was okay. But it still used the old mechanics, or the newer mechanics over the older mechanics, which made movement feel like ass cheeks, like you're wearing a poopy diaper. But at the very least, it looks good. And it plays okay. And the speedruns are interesting because it uses a completely different engine. And it is remade decently well. But the way collision works is different. Do you want to see the full story? Yeah, so fun fact that I don't think a lot of people know is that the original devs have been wanting to try, and they've been wanting to have another crack at it. But no matter how much they write letters and how much they propose stuff, it never went through. Plus, I don't think anybody will get the full story because they weren't even close to finishing it themselves. I'm sure they had the concept and everything, but from what I've heard about the actual, like, development, they didn't have that. Modern times, probably not anymore, but back in the prior to 2020, they tried several times. I don't know about nowadays, but they tried several times in the 2010s. to try to get the game remade. Try to get Activision to let them remake the game. They were trying. I don't know if this is supposed to be public knowledge. It probably isn't, but... No, they attempted to. It was not actually the deadline. They had more than enough time to actually make a game. The very first prototype that was uncovered, which was like debug and everything, was 1.5 years. So it was like 18 months before the final build. They had well over a year to create the game. They had enough time to actually do it. They just didn't have enough leadership to... They just didn't have enough leadership or organization to actually fall through and make the game. It was ultimately on them. Like, a lot of times, like, say, the Wrath of Cortex was under similar pretenses, but the thing is I think they had like 8 months or something. They didn't have a lot of time. You heard the opposite? No, no, it was all on them. They just weren't organized. They couldn't do it. Like, they had well over a year to develop the game. And, like, that's a lot more than most people get. And the publisher was actually very understanding. They really, really wanted them to make a good game. They allowed them all the time that they had. They just couldn't do it. Which is very evident because of the fact that they made a game that was really good. Yeah, I didn't like it as much as a kid because it was difficult. A lot of people like Twinsanity, believe it or not. A lot of people like the game. They lacked corporate leadership or artistic leadership. Probably artistic leadership. Because a lot of the times what they were doing, I believe, was just brainstorming and trying to, like, put stuff together. Because it was very evident, the fact that... Hang on, I need to pay attention. That's slow, but it's okay. Oh, come on, damn it. So, like, the thing is that... The thing is that they made a game that was actually fairly good. That showed that they definitely could have made a good game. So, the problem was that there was something that they didn't have. And it was organization. They were not capable of getting everything done in a timely manner. Whatever that was, who knows? But that's the thing. And a lot more people like Twinsanity than most people are led to believe. It's the same thing with The Wrath of Cortex. TWAC has a lot of fans. The reason why you always hear that these games suck is tied to when they came out. Yeah, it wouldn't have had the following that it has now, but to be fair, it would not have been made very well anyways. Like, development styles are different, and there's a lot of corporate bullshit with video game design now. But yeah, essentially like they could have made the game good. They might not have made the game good, who knows. But nowadays, it's almost definitely going to be either the game's going to suck, or it's going to be one of those games that you just play and it's one and done. Like, this is the one and done type thing. That is a problem with the modern industry. That basically they're trying to make it so that way you get what you want out of your first playthrough, so that way you want to go to the next game. I don't know. I doubt it would feel like a complete and polished game. Unless you mean like all the day one patch bullshit. Then yeah, you'd probably be right. Because at the very least, like this game, outside of slide glitch happening on NTSC, this game was a fairly functional game. A lot of times, unless it's live service. Okay, so I will not give devs shit for day one patch stuff. To be fair, there's a lot of different PCs and lots of different hardware nowadays, and deadlines suck. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not just going to say that those things don't exist. They do exist. Those things definitely exist. You can't just deny those things, unfortunately. But it does cause problems with... It does cause problems with, like, the quality of the game at launch. Which shouldn't happen. But, well, we can't really do that much about it. But console day one patches are complete and utter... it's disgraceful. We shouldn't have that. Game froze. Yeah, you were on the 1.0 version. That is a known... That's a known crash. But no, I don't think that a game like this would even do well in the modern day, let alone being programmed by modern developers. I think it's a terrible idea. I don't think that the developers really know how to make a game that you can easily play over and over again like they used to. I don't think it's even physically fucking possible. Okay, I'll take it.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Like... And, like I said, I will say, I don't know, I haven't played through Crash 4, but from all I've seen, all I've read, all I've heard, is initially people were like, this game is amazing, it's so good, it's really fun, but it's really hard. But then after like 2 months, people just stopped talking about the game. Like... And it's like, when you go and ask people, like, hey, what's going on? Why is nobody talking about this game? And it's like, well, the game isn't that fun. It was fun for a first time, and I have no feeling to replay it. So who's to say that the same fate is not going to happen to the Twinsanity remake? Most likely the exact same thing is going to happen, and nobody's going to be happy about it. Along with not being that great of a game. Yeah, attempting to 100% it is awful. Which, unfortunately, a lot of Crash fans, including myself, are very prone to do 100%. Come on. Okay. Oh shit, I almost didn't do that. Good cycle. I don't like where he's at. Okay, that was fine actually. That was not good, but it's okay. Runs over. Well, it might not be over, but most likely over. Jap is the worst premium. I don't ever do premium. Why would I ever do premium? Why would I want to pay for an app that I could use for free? Your biggest gripe with Crash 4 is how underutilized the extra characters feel. That's another thing. Underutilization of things. Or overutilization. There's rarely a balance with a lot of modern gaming. It's a lot of, like, other things tend to be underutilized or overutilized. A good example of something being overutilized would be Sonic Lost World with the Wisps. The gameplay is actually perfectly fine without the usage of the Wisps. The overutilization kind of like is just slapped on because whatever. That happens in a lot of games nowadays. Or underutilization, like in Crash 4. It's a lot of little gripes and stuff that, like... And I understand that video games are more of a business nowadays. This is Xbox. OG Xbox. Just upscaled. Sonic forces you to play it. Fuck you. I don't want to touch that with a 7-foot fucking pole. Was it 7 meter? Probably 7 meter. Hit their spotlight when they need it. Okay, this is bad. How old am I? You are asking a lot of personal questions. I am almost 30, though. Yeah, see, with mods, I can get that. I've always said that, I've always said that when modders get a hold of Sonic Lost World, that game was going to soar. Because it has good mechanics, it just has terrible level design. Go figure, the same level designers went on to make Sonic Forces. And from basically what you're saying is that, well, these modders got a hold of Sonic Forces and it's good. Sonic Forces had the exact same issue as Lost World, yeah. Because it was the same project lead and the same level designers. Because for some reason they didn't get that. I like Sonic Frontiers too. But it falls under the exact same thing that I had been saying with modern games. I do not feel a desire to go back and play Sonic Frontiers. Like, it was a very fun game when I played it. When I played it, it was a very fun game. And I was like, this might be my second favorite Sonic game. And then when I thought about going back to replay it, I was like, no, nowhere near close. I almost put it up as high as how I feel about Sonic Heroes while I was playing it, but then towards the end it dropped off and I was like thinking to myself, do I really want to replay this game? And it's like, no, this game doesn't have replayability. I hate that. Because I think Sonic Frontiers is a fantastic game. But older games, and the reason why people keep coming back to them is they were designed to have that feeling of like, you want to replay them. I can't describe the feeling because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Shadow Generations is going to be the exact same bullshit. It's the same thing with Sonic Generations. Sonic Generations was made with the idea of just making money. The ideas of like trying to give people something quick and easy to play so that way we can go fuel the next Sonic game. It's basically how most boost to win games have been since they came out. Well, since they came out. What I mean is like after Unleashed. After Unleashed, it's basically just been nothing but that. The Last of Us. Yeah. What? That was a whole lot of like, how? So there was something that I complained about recently. That I was looking on the Steam. I was looking on the Steam store, seeing if there were any free games. I mean, to be fair, by the way, Dragon Age is actually on sale right now, and it's good sale. You get the 3 games: Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and that other Dragon Age game for like $10. It's on mega sale. That's good shit. especially since it's old BioWare, and if anybody knows anything about old BioWare, it's good stuff. So I was looking to see if maybe there might be something else that I'd want to buy, you know. And then I see Life is Strange remake, and I'm like, Life is Strange is not even that good. Why does it get a remaster? Narratively, the Life is Strange is not good. Like, I don't really feel for the main character, and she's incredibly fucking bland. Maybe it's just my opinion, but I wouldn't see why the game would deserve a remake. Or a remaster. Especially when it's 90% story. That's just basically like making me pay $30 for something I spent $50 before, but with more pristine pages. I even value the Dark Souls remakes over that. That's saying a lot. At the very least, and you know, one of the literal most re-released games. One of the most re-released games in existence. Sonic 1, I value more. Yeah, that's also really fucking true, is Life is Strange. Like, you have all these choices only really for the only thing to be affected is the actual ending itself. Detroit Become Human. See, I kinda liked that game. Heavy Rain was all shock value. Let's be honest, Heavy Rain was all shock value, so was Life is Strange. With Detroit Become Human, that was actually fairly interesting. Until Dawn. Now listen, watching my friend play through it, Until Dawn was hilarious because, halfway through the game, he decided to go with the gay route, and then I kept saying, "Oh, the gay route," and then like, yes, because it made everything better. That was funny. That was really funny that I could say that, or that I got to say that, and also it was a good route too. But no, it wasn't a good game. Better than Heavy Rain or Life is Strange, that's for sure. But a lot of problems with those kinds of games where everybody's teenagers is the formula is teenagers, so horny. Probably lots of sex and partying involved. They're vapid. They don't have any levels of character development. They don't have any levels of depth at all, which is the average high schooler has more depth than that. It's like, why do we write teenagers like that? And understanding that teenagers are like that, to be fair, but it's, do people really want to see a vapid, stupid fucking teenager that's basically, like, involved with all the teenage bullshit, and then just not coming out a better person at the end? Like, Heavy Rain, we can at least say Heavy Rain's about adults. And some people at least come out of it okay. Until Dawn, I don't remember much character development at all, except one character. Life is Strange, yeah, there's character development, but it's kind of like, you could tell exactly where everything's going, and the characters don't exactly always get better or learn their lessons half the time. Teenagers tend to be stupid and or horny. I mean, yeah, it's true, but stupid and or horny does not really make for good storytelling. Because a lot of times in those situations, it's mostly just trying to put those teenagers in their shoes. And it's difficult to kind of relate when you're either not like that or you're not a teenager. Of course, there's one game that maybe not everybody's been talking about it, but one game that I absolutely enjoy watching stuff of, which is about high school's Class of '09, because, and the really unfortunate thing is that is a fairly accurate representation of a Midwestern high school during that time period. I mean, yes, it's a lot of the stuff is very played up, but at the same time, it is very accurate. I was a teenager. I did actually go to high school around that time, so like, I can tell you a lot of that's pretty accurate. It's based off of real life, obviously played to the nth degree, or played up to the nth degree. It's not entirely like that. If you grew up in modern high schools, or are not from the United States, you're probably going to, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult. Or if you have very, very bad memories of high school during those, if you have had bad memories of high school, it's not a good idea to play. Because I can see that it can actually bring about trauma. I mean, I look at that and it's like, well, a lot of that I actually witnessed. Not to the same degree, but a lot of it I witnessed. And it's not afraid to talk about it. So, like, if you're a very sensitive person, do not. If you are very unfazed by extremely intense situations that teenagers could be put into, or that teenagers talk about because they're really stupid, for example, and I know as soon as I say this word, it's gonna wake up a lot of people, so I want to do this under the pretense that I know exactly what I'm saying. I don't endorse it, don't condone it, nothing of this, but, and if you are very sensitive, please mute the stream right now. For maybe 30 seconds. There are a lot of, at least references to things like rape. And yes, sometimes those things did happen in high schools because kids were stupid. But obviously people should have been arrested, but, you know. That's beside the point. If you cannot handle those kinds of things, and I mean, that's not even really the worst. Some of it actually does play up, there was some white supremacy stuff that's in there. Nothing big. And all of this stuff is not glorified or anything. It's all, like, everybody knows it's fucked up. But they allow it to happen because it just is. Because teenagers don't know what the fuck to do and they don't know how to deal with this shit. All that all that stuff is, like, yeah, kind of... Maybe not the white nationalism. I don't think that ever happened in my high school. But I know that certain things happened, and, well, my high school was fairly ghetto, so... There were some very, very bad things that happened. Actually, what was big in my high school was prostitution. Prostitution was actually huge in my high school. Like, really big. And gang violence. There were also lots of teen pregnancies. Lots of, like... More than what you would think of. Like, there would be classrooms with at least 2 or 3. And it would not be an uncommon sight to see 16 and 17-year-old girls pregnant. But yeah, if you're very sensitive to topics like that, the kid that brought a gun to school, he was arrested in the middle of class. Damn. His dad was apparently a cop. So, one thing that I remember that happened to me in what in America we call my freshman year, there was a bomb threat. There was a bomb threat. We had this kid who hid weed in his afro. Yo, what the fuck? Hold up. There was a bomb threat that nothing happened, actually. I actually know the guy who made the bomb threat, by the way. I used to be friends with him. But yeah, there was a kid that did a bomb threat. And there was also a dude that, like, I saw walking around the street a couple years ago that I knew in middle school. And the dude was not entirely right in the head. And he would be the kind of dude that you would think, okay, this guy probably would have been a school shooter. Was he serious about it? Well, I mean, there was a bomb threat made to the school. This wasn't like oh, I'm gonna bomb the school. No, he literally gave a message to the school saying, like, he was gonna bomb the school. This was not uncommon in EU schools, have nothing on American ones. Ew. Yeah, American high schools were pretty bad. I do remember, there was this one kid that always bullied me. And everybody thought he was gay. We don't really know. And at least from what I heard, the reason why he was bullying me was because he liked me. And sometimes the things that he would do to me, like, say I was in a stall and he would open the door. I don't know how he opened that stall door, now that I think about it, but... Or, like, he would pants me all the time. And everybody would say that he was gay. I don't know. I have no idea. But I remember I told my mom, like, hey, there's this kid that has been, like, bullying me. Mind you, my mom works for the school system as well. And then she asked me for the name. Well, of course, I gave her the name. Not thinking anything of it. Apparently, his parents were called, and he said, like, dude, my dad's a cop. I can't get in trouble. I'll ruin his reputation. And I'm like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been messing with me. He didn't get in trouble. He didn't get suspended or anything, but his parents were called. But he'd been doing that to me for like 2 or 3 years at that point. No, I didn't think my mom was actually going to call or anything. I was just telling my mom what happened because I was really upset that... Because I was kind of tired of it. Now, mind you, and I'm going to say this, I was not heavily bullied in high school. Possibly because people thought I was the one that made the bomb threat. That is a distinct possibility, that they thought that I was going to be the kid that would have become a school shooter. I believe that's why a lot of people left me alone. Because I heard some things after I graduated that, like, I kind of looked like the kind of person who would do that. But to be fair, and I am going to be completely fair, I would always have a frown or a scowl on my face because I was always in severe pain. So, people kind of were scared of me. You join it? Oh, we were talking about the class of '09, and, people at my high school may have thought that I was, like, potentially a school shooter because of the fact that I always had a scowl on my face, because I was always in intense pain when I was in high school. Yeah, I was just a kid that didn't have many friends. I didn't have many friends, and I didn't understand social cues very well. Anybody that knew me knew that I wasn't that bad of a person, or that I wasn't, like, a kid that was gonna do anything bad. But I don't know. My biggest goals, which this is gonna sound really, really dumb. When I was 16, 17, my biggest things that I would do, I would tell myself every single morning, like, today you're gonna talk to somebody. Today you're gonna make a friend. Most of the time that didn't happen, but that was what I was trying to do. Not knowing that the looks on my my facial expressions were bad enough to deter people. Bochi? Nah. Bochi has severe social anxiety. I didn't have severe social anxiety. It wasn't absolute crippling. But when you don't have a lot of friends and you want to make friends, like, that's kind of how you are. And yeah, I did have social anxiety. Still kind of do, but, well, things change as you get older. And plus, I went to a completely different country, so it's like... Yeah, I made one friend that could have been like somebody that I would talk to this day. He's still around. I just don't have a way to get in contact with him. I want to go and meet him again. He's got a family. His daughter, I think his daughter's like... I know his daughter's in school, but I don't know how old she is. He works in construction. He's very, very, very busy, man. Thanks for the good luck, Trouble. Try to get you into drugs. Understandable. Still chill in Discord. That, I think, is the benefit of modern technology with high schools. Porfa, no uses portugués, porque no sé portugués. Porfa, usa japonés, español o inglés. Gracias. ¿A qué hablas español? Pues hablo español, sí. I made most of my close friends. Well, one of them, I guess two of them I made back in middle school, but that was online. Over Xbox Live. El tutor en inglés. F. Lo siento, es que mi español no es... gracias. Mi español no es tan avanzado y por eso no puedo hacer tutoriales en español, lo siento. Quizá en el futuro. Es una meta. Es una meta mía, pero es que... Ahora mismo lo siento. Vaya. Pero quizá en el futuro voy a hacerlo con Bandicraft, si conoces Bandicraft. Bandicraft obviamente es un youtuber de Crash Twinsanity, es de España. Quizá en el futuro vamos a hacer uno para enseñar a la gente hispanohablante de... Eu confío. That's not Spanish. That's Portuguese. Minecraft, sí. Sí, hace vídeos de Crash. Somos amigos, por lo menos. I have some IRL friends that I keep in contact with. Most of them are fighting game people. And actually some of them are people that I actually went to high school with, that I reconvened with. Es el TDYU. ¿Quién es? Pero es que creo que un amigo mío me dio un vídeo de algún tío y en este vídeo había una clip de mi World Record. Y pensaba que... ¿Por qué? El youtuber de... youtuber de... hispanohablante. Hispanohablante, por si acaso. Oh. Whoops. A lot of viral friends, mostly from college. But they're still in Venezuela. So, interestingly enough, one of my favorite professor at my university is from Venezuela, but she moved. She moved to Costa Rica in when she was a preteen, and she basically lived for a while in the United States. She has a complete her accent is very mixed. Very interesting. De hecho, tengo que desoxidar mi español a mis clases mañana. Es que, aunque no sé cuáles son, pero mañana tengo clases en español. Quizá es la de la gramática o la historia de España. No sé. Yeah. So basically, since I have classes in Spanish tomorrow, I do, or should, derust my Spanish. Sounds fun either way. Yeah. But of course, I'm not a Spanish speaker. Los creatures de... Es sin Wumpas. ¿Pero por qué? That cost a second. It's fine. Pues hace 15 años he estado aprendiendo español. 15 años, creo. Sí. Tenía 14 cuando lo empecé. And some of Hispanic people, you know, really? Shit. Resulta saca contenido de esas ideas. Por ejemplo, ayer subió un vídeo de pasarse Crash Bandicoot 2 y 3 en un mismo mando. Ah. Pues es que si quieres, porfa, dame su canal. Me parece que es interesante. Yeah, the problem is that like my grammar isn't super, super good. Sí, 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 sí. Creo que puedes poner enlaces aquí. Creo. Pero... no, sí, 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 sí. Tú puedes, por lo menos. Yeah, the thing is that my grammar can be kind of bad. I know my pronunciation is pretty good, but it's like... my grammar's kind of bad and sometimes I use weird words. But a lot of it is just because I haven't been fully exposed to Spanish speakers. Yeah, like so actually I had the choice before I went to Japan. I could have chosen Spain. I could have chosen to go to Spain instead of Japan, but I didn't want to because my Spanish is already decent enough. I'm a B2 in Spanish. And my Japanese was not really conversational. Well, hey, if you want to learn Japanese, go ahead and learn Japanese and you can practice in my chat. And yes, that is an option. If you start learning Japanese and you want to practice Japanese in my chat, go ahead. Es que lo que dije en inglés fue... si empezáis a aprender japonés y queréis practicarlo, podéis. Me alegría que mucha gente practica conmigo en japonés. You might always reply right away. Yeah, see, I don't mind. Like, we could do English or Spanish. In DMs, I don't mind. Ah, y a ver. Si queréis uniros en mi Discord, tengo Discord. Además, hay un chat en el Discord para... solo para los hispanohablantes. Si alguien no sabe. Un idioma que... Pero... sí, te entiendo. Pero solo en el caso del japonés solo puedo hablar... porque escribirlo es una pesadilla. Ya, 俺の日本語わかる？例えば、ね、まあスペイン語の答えがいいんだけど、うん。いいね。でも俺はだね。多分わからない。俺多分日本語話せるけど 配信をするとき、日本語の恥ずかしい。だよね。ちょっと恥ずかしいよ。俺の単語がちょっと、悪いだよね。うん。文法も弱点と思うけど。楽しい。Okay. You only understood like 3 words for that. Basically, what I was attempting to say was, basically what I was attempting to say was like, I asked him if he could understand my Japanese, and then basically I asked him, hey, like, you know, I would speak Japanese on stream, but it's kind of like, I was going to say it was difficult, but then he said, embarrassing, which is hatsukashi, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is because my vocabulary is shit, my, weak point is grammar. Oh. Espérame un poquito. Creo que es en el copy paste. Aquí. Cuando entras, busca a la izquierda. Para el canal se llama roles. Y en los roles hay un rol de los hispanohablantes. Haz clic ahí. Y puedes ver el chat. The pause for exacto. Yeah, you can always consume media in a language you want to learn. Mostly, I would say mostly English and Japanese. In other languages, it's a little more difficult. Because you're always going to find Japanese media because everybody likes Japanese media. And you're always going to find English media because English is everywhere. But say like here in the US, it's actually somewhat difficult to find Spanish. You can find stuff, but it's all paid sources and shit. You can't find stuff for free. It's not as easy. You have to know people. Like, I can do it now because I have friends who speak Spanish and can basically just, like, find stuff for me, help me out. Oh, you motherfucker. Dio! Are you here? Help! Mr. Butt. She did it. Sail the 7 seas. Yeah, but even the 7 seas. I'm sorry, the 5 bays. Dude, I've been having a fucking stupid bot problem recently. Like, I make it so that way you need to have email verification. And they all have verified emails, and they come in fucking droves. Also, I have an interesting question for my bilinguals in chat. Well, actually, you know what? I think I'm actually gonna ask this in Spanish, because that way the other guy can understand me, since he also can understand me while speaking Japanese. Vale, tengo una pregunta para vosotros. Es que cuando cambio a otra lengua, ¿hay unos cambios de mi personalidad o algo así? ¿Os parezco? Sí, es verdad. Algunos modders. XD. No, but it sounds like a completely different person speaking, but it's mostly because of the accent I use. No sé, no sé. Lo que Quackity. ¿Quién es? It sounds like a completely different person speaking. I've heard that, that like when I switch languages, escucha como europeo, exacto. You're playing Smash Brothers, demodded instantaneously. When I speak Spanish, you sound like you use. I know, for some reason I do. Así es que. Es que. He aprendido el español de España. Especialmente tengo muchos amigos de España. Son gilipollas. Diría. Yeah, I don't know why I speak with my nose when I speak in Spanish. Mexicano que la comunidad ha tenido un gran impacto. Un impacto grande. Pero en habla inglesa es conocido por Roblox y salir en vídeos de MrBeast. Joder, el MrBeast. I don't know why I speak nasally when I speak in Spanish. I have no idea why. It's just for some reason I do. It used to be similar in Japanese, but not anymore. Is that my Spanish is very clear? Yeah. I know it doesn't sound perfect. I know I still sound like I'm a foreigner. Spanish in particular, I want to try to perfect the accent and actually sound like a native speaker. Japanese, not so much, but Spanish, I just have that goal in mind that I really want to try to sound native. Eventually. Yeah, it almost sounds like a different language. Fucking Argentinians. Porque sol boludo. Oh shit. I'm being raided by Pedro el Jugador. Ah, Meika, sí. Conozco. Pete. The shoutout should be possible. I don't know why it's not working. De hecho, conozco otra, pero no sé cómo se llama. Cuando está con una compañía de chino, Meika, había una compañera, pero no recuerdo cómo se llama ahora mismo. Most difficult trick in this run? Probably Probably warp skip. Harayo Meguri. Exacto. So, what's up, Pete? I'm guessing you were doing, Mom. And hello, Raiders. I apologize that I'm also using Spanish. Wait, you were doing Huge Adventure? What? Nice. On DS? No! Why did you... Fuck you. It gave me a standing jump instead of a running jump, so it fucked up. Hang on. Let me practice this real quick. Yes, I do bilingual streams, semi-bilingual streams, where if there's Spanish speakers in my chat, I will speak Spanish. But also, at this moment in time, I also allow Japanese, in case anybody in here for some reason wants to try to practice Japanese with me or something like that. Since I did live in Japan for 3 months. Am I able to consistently get the PS2 totem? What does that mean? Asian Salte. Las palabras y las tres por escribir con más de 3000 palabras cada uno. Exacto, exacto. Los kanji son hijo de puta, ¿verdad? The skip I do in PS2 to get to the worms, you are not able to consistently get it, no. It's impossible. No, he doesn't mean the PS2 variation. I think, unless you... unless you mean the long jump. If you mean the long jump, no, I can't get that consistently. But if you mean the thing that I do on Xbox, no. Como el kanji. Pues es que puedo leer casi 700 kanji. Soy nivel N3. Pues obviamente he vivido en Japón hace 3 meses. Para estudiar japonés durante este verano. Obviamente ha mejorado. It is possible to do the long jump consistently, yes. I am not capable of doing it. Te entiendo. Es difícil. He can understand it spoken, but he can't read it or write it. And he does not speak English. I'll take it, whatever. I lost like 2 seconds, but I'll take it. I'm conversational in Japanese. Más enseñar. Eso es interesante, es un punto muy interesante. Morí. Pues es que cuando estaba en Japón, había muchos estudiantes de Taiwán, pero no saben inglés. Solo saben chino mandarín y japonés. Hello. Do not worry, you will be hearing Spanish, and that's okay. Do I have a favorite game besides Crash? My favorite game of all time is Sonic 3D Blast. That is my favorite game of all time. I was actually playing it yesterday. Pretty ballsy to come in here and say such things. What the fuck are you doing, Dio? Contesto cuando empiezas a trillar. No, no, es que a veces no saben que... O sea... no se dan cuenta que sé inglés. A veces. Si estoy hablando en español. Es porque a veces los streamers usan bots para traducir algo. Don't listen to Dio. He's just messing with you. Contenido en inglés. Pues tengo unos vídeos en español. Pero la mayoría no son en inglés. Pero supongo que los streams obviamente son bilingües. O sea, ahora mismo trilingües, pero bueno. Yeah, Cafe? Your Spanish is kind of bad. Yeah, don't worry about it. Cafe. Dio was joking. He was joking. And my streams are bilingual. So... Oh, tienes 23. Tengo 29. Es que empecé a aprender español cuando tenía 14. Yeah, if you just want to use English, that's fine. Portuguese, I don't understand Portuguese. Sorry. But you can use English, Spanish, or Japanese in my stream. That's just because those are the 3 languages I know. Yeah. I used to run Sonic Adventure DX. I'll probably get back into running Sonic Heroes. Soon. Hasta los 16. Pues es entendible. Japanese, because I speak Japanese. Mi pana, el jefe está estudiando para poder insultar en 3 idiomas distintos. Hijo de puta. No digas nada. You have a question? What's the best method to learn the various skips to start speedrunning Crash Twinsanity? I don't know. What I would do is I would join the Crash Discord and then look at the various resources that we have available in the server, because we have resources. There's some tutorials, not a lot of tutorials, but there's some tutorials, and you can pretty much find just about anything in the Crash Discord. In the Crash Speedrunning Discord. You could basically find whatever you need there, and whatever you don't understand, you could just ask questions. Es cierto, teniente. Pero es que no sabe cómo insultar a nadie en japonés. Pues hay pocos. 白かボケ。なんだクソったれが。それだけだ。アホ。Pues, vaca, técnicamente no es un insulto, es como, eres tonto. Ajo es como, eres idiota. Para mí no son insultos. Pues sí, son insultos, pero son insultos muy dulces. You can always say otaku in any non... Ja, pendejo. No mames, güey, qué pedo. No... Este pendejo, no es un buen pedo, güey. No mames, güey. Little bit of Spanish, but you don't get don't speak so. Yeah, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I can't. You know what would probably be a good idea? If I had a bot that translated stuff back into the other languages. But then it would just become such a fucking mess. How come I'm doing any percent? Because I didn't want to commit to Hundo today. Yes, actually they do. A lot of them are for Japanese streamers, because a lot of times Japanese streamers get English speakers in their chats, and they just can't communicate with them, but they don't want to make them feel left out. And then, of course, when there's Japanese people who come in and don't speak English, they might feel a little left out too. So a lot of Japanese Twitch streamers actually implement bots like that. Where am I from, by the way? I am from the United States. I speak Spanish as my second language that I learned in high school. And I speak Japanese because I started learning Japanese when I was in uni. I've been speaking Spanish for about 15 years. Ser mestizo de japonés. Wait, What am I doing? Why am I stopping? What the fuck? My main field of study is Spanish. That is the main thing that I'm studying in, at my uni. And, Japanese is the secondary thing that I'm studying. Do I have any Spanish family members? I don't. Well, I found out that I have a cousin that's currently living in Spain, like last year. I know of several streamers who did similar stuff. But no, I just wanted to learn Spanish. That's really... That's it. It wasn't anything like I have Spanish speaking family. I didn't even know that I had decently close family that spoke languages other than English until last year. I found out my great-grandfather was Danish and that I have a cousin that lives in, I think she lives in Malaga and has a family, and they own a restaurant. But no, I don't have any Spanish-speaking family members, except for that cousin, and I don't even know how well she speaks Spanish. I know she has kids, and they're in Spain, so obviously those kids speak Spanish, but... And her husband obviously should speak Spanish, but... I'm from Portugal and you barely speak Portuguese. El switch cuando cambias... No puede... En el switch... la consola Nintendo y Switch, ¿verdad? O sea, literalmente... ¿Cambiar la mentalidad? Ah, de hecho no sé. Oye, ¿qué se siente cambiar el Switch cuando cambias el idioma? Yo todavía no puedo cambiar mi idioma a pesar de tener ya... Yeah, I understand that now. No, tu mente. No sé exactamente, pero es que... con la práctica, por ejemplo. Especialmente, pues... En inglés a español. Ah, no sé. Literalmente es la práctica. It says doing 100%. Oh, cool. I forgot to switch it. It's a lie. De hecho, literalmente no sé. Quizá es la práctica y nada más. Pero es que obviamente estoy hablando en español ahora mismo, ¿verdad? Y no pienso en inglés. Ninguna palabra en inglés. Casi totalmente en español. Pero es la práctica, es que sé mucho español. Supongo que sé bastante bien el español. Y por eso, sobre el tiempo, o sea... Sí, exacto. Pero es que... cuando estás mejorando y obviamente no te das cuenta que estás mejorando cualquier idioma, obviamente es que al principio no puedes cambiar nada, especialmente en la mente. Pues, una palabra, ¿cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Bla bla bla. O algo así. Pero hace tiempo. Es que hace tiempo y con la práctica es más fácil. O sea, ha tenido que ser bastante bien. De un idioma y otro. Sí, es la práctica. Lo que me ha ayudado muchísima fue literalmente lo que hago ahora mismo. Hablo español en los streams y obviamente tengo espectadores hispanohablantes y angloparlantes también. Por eso, para mí fue la práctica. Practicaba muchísimo. Pero sí quiero cambiar a japonés. Pues el switch entre japonés y español no funciona bien. Pero son mis segundas lenguas, ¿verdad? Es más difícil. I'm not sure if I'm actually saying any of this shit correctly. To be honest. Primero saber inglés. Everything is correct so far? Wait, so you're saying I'm not making that many grammatical mistakes? What the fuck? Es que tengo en hablar, simplemente tengo que cambiar el modo de hablar. Pues es muy difícil. Porque el español es más complejo. El género. Me cuesta muchísimo el género. Dude, gender and language is so fucking hard. El mesa negro. But people understand you anyway. So, yeah. Dude, I hate grammatical gender so fucking much. Not because I think it shouldn't exist. Because obviously, like, you know, it's just a language that has it, whatever. But the thing is that it's not something that comes natural to my brain. So it's annoying. Me molesta muchísimo el género. En la gramática. La calor. ¿Qué? In Portuguese nowadays is that gender is so fucked. Ah, fuck. Comer, comida. ¿Qué tal de la gramática los plurales y el masculino y femenino? Pues sí, especialmente en japonés no hay ninguna. Plurales ni el género. Técnicamente, pero los pronombres técnicamente hay un pronombre de género en japonés. No, hay dos. Atashi to ataxi. Literalmente son los dos y nada más. Ore no es un onnanoko. Y otoko. Demo ne, pero es que no son pronombres, son sustantivos. ¿Really? Yeah, so fun fact, there's no gender in Japanese except for two pronouns, which would be atashi and ataxi. Which ataxi is actually more of a made-up one, but sí. Es verdad. No hay géneros, técnicamente no. Pues hay los sexos, por ejemplo, mesu para las mujeres y osu para los muchachos, los hombres. Pero ten en cuenta que hay un término que se llama mesugaki. Literalmente es ¿cómo se llama? Ser. Remind me what like when you're annoyed at a kid, what do you call them? Like brat. What's the word that you might say for like brat, or like an old person might call a kid when they're annoyed? I can't remember how you say that in Spanish. Malcriados? Quizás. Gaki es malcriados. Mr. Mr. es maleducado. No. Pero... Mocoso. Cabra chico. Malcriado. Oh, a spoiled brat. No. Chamaco. Bueno, es que Mesugaki es literalmente una niña prepustente que es erótica. Ten en cuenta, esa palabra no es una buena palabra. I'm not going to repeat what the fuck I just said in English. I would rather not. Prepotente. Why is there even a word for that? Como cachonda. Sí. Exacto. Para las niñas que no... que son jóvenes. Sí. No es lo mismo que las lolis. Esta, otra. Otra, what the fuck? It looks different. It looks different, doesn't it? It looks brighter for some reason. Hang on. Hay un término para las lolis. No son lolis. Lo interesante es que el término loli es de Lolita. El término es algo de la... Oh, whoops. I see now. Es de... es de la moda. Lolita. Técnicamente es gótico, pero... It's basically the same word as the Neapolitan dialect. Interesting. No era... No... no sé. A una moda, exacto. O sea, el término lolicon técnicamente es Lolita Complex. O sea, una atracción de la Lolita. Pero es como pedo. Sí, Técnicamente sí, pero no es exactamente la atracción a las jóvenes. También. O sea, es una atracción de las pinturas, las imágenes. Es como el gusto. No, no. Es sexual. Normalmente es sexual. Pero técnicamente es una atracción de la que se parece como enanas. Aparte de las niñitas. Pero, obviamente, alguna gente, sí. Alguna gente, sí. Se atrae a a las mujeres jóvenes. A las niñas. A veces, no. Es un tópico muy complicado. Al anime. Sí, exacto. Técnicamente, pero a veces es los dos. A veces es solo al anime. Es muy complicado. Pero es que es es un aspecto de la sociedad japonesa. Es que mucha gente se atrae a las jóvenes. O sea, ¿quién se, se parece como joven? Culturalmente, ¿qué fue lo más raro que viste durante... Creo que... Creo que... Para mí es cuando me caí en en las escaleras. En las escaleras. In the stairs. I forget how to say stairs in Spanish. Sí, me caí en las escaleras y una... un tío dijo... ¿Está bien? Para mí fue lo más raro. Come on, dude. Stop that. No, no es normal aquí. No, literalmente los estadounidenses no es... Porque... Sí, sí. Es que... Aquí... Aquí a la gente no importa. Son... Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Está extremadamente raro. Pero... Para mí... Pues es que... Pues es que cuando me caí... a las escaleras. Me caí cuando subiendo las escaleras. Literalmente, este tío giró. ¿Todo desu? Y dije, ¡Hai! ¡Hai! ¡Daijoubu desu! ¡Arigatou gozaimasu! ¡Sumimasen deshita! Pero aquí sí. Pero aquí si alguien se cae en las escaleras, la gente con sus móviles van a empezar a grabar lo que sucede en lugar de ayudar a la gente. Sí, es verdad. Las risas. Luego ayudar. Aquí no. No habría risas. No me gusta mi cultura. Es una razón que estaba aprendiendo otros idiomas y otras culturas. Es que no me gusta mi cultura. Pues hay muchos problemas con la cultura japonesa también. Eso me alegro leerlo. Obviamente no me gusta hablar sobre este tema porque pues en inglés específicamente, porque obviamente la gente me juzga. Pero obviamente en español los hispanohablantes no me van a jugar. No me van a juzgar. ¿Te funan? No. At Ross? Let me see here. Yep. Well, it depends on where you went in the US. Usually people in the north will be more inclined to help you out. Pues es verdad. San Diego? I don't know about San Diego, actually. I don't really know how the culture is. But since there's a lot of Spanish-speaking people there, speaking people there, I would assume that they would also assume that they would be able to pronounce SI, which a lot of Spanish speakers can't properly pronounce it, and it sounds more like they're saying shit. I could see that. Up here in the north, if you said that, they would probably try not to laugh, and then they would be as nice as possible. But in the South, they'd probably just judge you because you're not an English speaker. California too. There's a lot of judgment in California. Stuff people don't talk about, especially towards Hispanic communities. But to be fair, a lot of Hispanic communities there do end up also. A lot of people in those communities tend to go to a life of crime, so a lot of people have prejudice against them, and there's a bunch of Spanish speakers there too. So, you're pretty much just asking for a coin flip in California, whether they're going to be nice to you or mean to you. Here in the northern US, people will not care as much. In the South, because especially in Florida, there's a lot of immigrants that go there, so a lot of people have a huge tendency to Yes, exactly. Yes. Because, Americans are like, well, you're in America, you should speak English. And it's like, well, what if there's somebody that speaks my language? Like, if there's somebody in the United States that is more comfortable speaking Spanish to me or speaking Japanese to me, I would speak to them in that language rather than English, because it would be easier. But we have this culture where we just assume everybody should be speaking English. Which, I mean, to be fair, and I am going to be 100% fair, if you're gonna live here, you should learn English. You should learn English if you're living in the United States. And not because it's America you have to. It's because your life will be much easier if you can speak the main language of the country. Like, say, if you're going... Okay, so what I mean by main language, because this can be slightly different depending on where you go, is a language that almost everybody there speaks, and also that you could deal with the government. For example, if you're going to move to Finland, you learn Swedish, don't learn Finnish. And even the Finnish people say, listen, just learn Swedish. Everybody here knows at least some Swedish. All the signs are in Swedish, and all the government stuff you could do in Swedish. You don't need to learn Finnish. And Finnish is ridiculously hard to learn, so... Yeah. But yeah, like, say you go to Spain, you should learn Spanish. You go to Japan, you should probably learn. Pues es verdad. Literalmente cuando estoy con otra familia, mis primos, mis tíos, mis tías, no me gusta contarles que estoy aprendiendo idiomas. Por esa razón. Holy shit. I think it's about time. Where you work, from South Carolina, usually buys from you because you're the only one that speaks English to him in the mall. See, I understand that as well because I was in Japan and, like, at least at the beginning, which I could speak Japanese, but I couldn't understand Japanese as well as I do now. When I first came in, I didn't understand anything, and it just felt so much more familiar to be in a place where I knew exactly what was gonna be said. That makes a lot of sense, and I feel bad for the guy, because it's like, if he's there, and he doesn't really speak the language, and, well, if there's only one person who will speak the language to him, it just makes you feel more safe and more secure, I guess. It's like, that's one of the reasons why I went to 7-Eleven so often, was because I knew exactly what everybody was gonna say, I knew all of what to expect, and it did not matter if I didn't understand entirely, because it's like, I'm just there to buy my food and go and then fuck off. But when you don't really speak the language very well, it makes you very anxious when you're in those situations, and you have to be in those. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, when you're in those kinds of situations, yes, of course, like, those are anxiety inducing. Those are not fun situations to be in. It's hard for people to empathize with that, because if you've never been in that situation, and the thing is that a lot of English speakers don't get put in those situations, because we just assume everybody speaks English, at least enough to get by. But if you're in the other way around, it's very different. The other way around, it's very, very, very different, because you're in a place where, like, it's very anxiety inducing. Yeah. It kind of sucks, because people it kind of sucks because not being in those situations, like, I'm sure a lot of people probably look at him and be like, oh, well, he just doesn't want to learn Spanish. No. He probably hears enough Spanish, but it's knowing the exact things to say when you're supposed to buy stuff from somebody or ask questions is difficult. Very difficult. There's also a weird sentiment with Americans too that put that bias of like, if I'm going to go to another country, I want to be able to speak the language. Some people are like that, and I don't like that either. Because how the fuck are you supposed to learn the fucking language if you haven't really been around the people? But, in my opinion. I'm starting to get very tired. Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time to end the stream. I don't think that there's anybody that I want to raid, but... Let me double check to see if there's anybody that I might want to. Sí, es verdad. Es para la dirección del teletransporte. Pero estoy terminando el stream. Vale, es que... Gracias por pasaros en mi stream. Estoy terminando el stream. Nos vemos otro día. Yeah, I'm ending the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Si queréis uniros en el Discord, if you want to join my Discord, here's the link to the Discord. I will be live again some other day. I will be online on Discord, so I don't know if you want to like message me or something, whatever. Go ahead. See ya.